And just like that, I'm going to go ahead and start early because we just got a raid by Ash Prince. So welcome on in, Ash Prince. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and I'm a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. What does that mean? Well, it means we do everything from commercial printer unboxings and modifications, kind of like our Bamboo Labs X1C over here, to full printer builds such as our NX Engineering K3, the Zero G Mercury 1, several Vorons over here in the corner. I do some prototyping as well. The Zero G is still under a closed beta, but this was built ground up, frame up as an enclosed Zero G Mercury 1 build under a prototype. Took part in the Trad Rack prototype as well as the Fadus Next G hot end beta test. So yeah, I do everything 3D printing and 3D printing adjacent. So welcome on in, everybody. Tugboat, welcome in. Ram, Mr. Wizix, Ash, welcome on in. So we took a kind of diversion. You may see a whole bunch of stuff over here in the corner. This is our VZBot build that we've been working on during our weekday streams, which are Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then right here is the black box, which has been the 5-head tool changer, water-cooled tool changer we've been working on the weekend. I decided I just needed a bit of a break between doing two major projects with a bunch of wiring and stuff. And quite honestly, I keep tripping over the Prusa MMU3 box. It's been here for a while. So I decided to stop real fast and do a quick build of the Prusa MMU3. This has kind of been a multi-material, multicolor year on the channel. And what do I mean by that? Well, as I mentioned before, we've built a Trad Rack. I've done an MMU2 that was on my Prusa Mark IIIs. Well, I've got all my Mark IIIs over at Evil Diesel's house, so I didn't have access to that. Trad Rack's still sitting here because it hasn't been mounted to the printer, which was the K3 that we got done in time for the last show. And I need to rebuild the Trad Rack based on the released files and to make it match the color scheme of the K3. So then we built a Enraged Rabbit carrot feeder. We got that fully built. That's mounted on a Trident 350 build. I had to move that downstairs just because I needed the space. Out of room, Mrs. Dragon is being so kind to let me have like 5 printers in the dining room right now. Cannot use the dining room table because I've got printers all over it doing some Toys for Tots stuff right now. So kudos to Mrs. Dragon for allowing that for the time being. But yes, so we've done an ERCFA, we've done an MMU2 in the past. We've got the Bamboo Labs AMS now. We're going to be doing an MMU3 that's going on the Prusa Mark IV, which is right here underneath the Voron. And that way we'll have the MMU3, the Enraged Rabbit Carrot Feeder 2, the AMS, and we'll rebuild the Trad Rack and get it on the K3. So we'll have 4 different types of multi-material units. Okay, that is critical. Multi-material units. That's multiple filaments going into a single hot end. That means that you have to have filaments that are at the same operating temperature. Okay, if you realize, I mean, we're printing PLA at 200, 210, 220 if you're going real fast, and we're printing ABS in the 250 to 270 range. So printing something in ABS and then switching over to PLA for some part of it, you're going to get jams because you're never going to purge all the ABS out before you have to drop the temp down and do the PLA, right? So you're going to have issues. But you get around that with things like the black box tool changer, where you have 5 independent heads and each one can be having a different filament loaded up and kept at the proper temperature. Um, so that's kind of what we're working on the channel this year. I have seen the 8-track, and I'll let you in on a little secret, RFS 3D. Our table was sitting right next to the 8-track at Rocky Mountain. So you had Edge of 3D, us, and then the you had the table with the 8-track and the big Delta printer. I cannot remember the name of it. So yeah, I have seen the 8-track. I'm interested. Um, I I'm interested, right? I'm interested in that. I'm interested in a stealth changer or tap changer. Here's the difference. A stealth changer or a tap changer, you're talking about a fully built spool head. So that's spool head, fan, extruder. So you've got your cooling, your part cooling fan, your hot end cooling fan, the hot end, the extruder, the motor mount, and most of them are using some type of CAN bus, right? That is a tremendous amount of money just in tool heads. I'm not going to say that the black box is any different, but the nice thing about the black box is it's one um, extruder motor. The only wiring going to the tool head are the 4 wires for the 2 for the thermistor and 2 for the heater. So it simplifies some things. Um, and it's different designs. I'm not saying which one's better or worse. It's different designs, and each one has their pros and cons. Right? So it depends on what you're interested in, what interests you. Black Box is fully open source. You can go to the GitHub, it's full bomb there, and you can procure everything yourself to do a black box. KB3D actually started out, like he started his business to bring parts for this black box printer to market. And you know that's where he started his business at. Hey Pezliz, welcome on in. So yeah, an RFS 3D. I'm not sure. You may be the one with the 8-track. I can't remember the gentleman's name with the 8-track. If it is you, please raise your hand. Please throw a link out there to your page about it. And just let me know because I've seen you in here. But yes, the 8-track would be something I'm interested in. Um, a tap changer or stealth changer is something I'm interested in. I know Zombie said there's still a lot of changes going on. It's still very much in the oven being baked on. But then again, there's been several printers that have been released lately that seem like they've been released without being fully baked, and those are by companies that are selling them with commercial backing. So at least if you get something like an 8-track or a stealth changer, you know that you are, I don't want to say the beta tester, but it's open source and you know that you're going to have to tinker, you're going to have to make changes. We bought an AMS and it was like hot dog doo-doo. Bamboo wouldn't be where they're at today. But I can tell you after now finally having one and using it, this is the closest thing to a 2D printer, microwave, oven experience where it doesn't matter. You just walk into a house and it's pretty intuitive and easy to use. Right? I think anybody can walk into anybody else's house and know how to use a microwave, know how to turn an oven on. Eventually, we're going to get that way with 3D printers, and it's going to be very polished things like the Bamboo Labs and things, you know, printers like the Mark IV and stuff like that, that are attainable for regular people. I say that because, yes, there's some printers out there that are somewhat like point and click and fairly intuitive, but they're very much like closed ecosystems and they're pricey. They're made for not yours. You just came across it. Then I saw the Hackaday feature it. There's a link. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, RFS3D. And thank you, Ash Prince. but yeah, even the MMU3, I bought the kit with the printed parts. I'm trying to think. I don't think you can buy a pre-built MMU. I'd have to double check. But even if you did buy it and it was pre-built, you're still going to have to install it on the printer and do some things. Where the AMS, as soon as you plug it in, the Bamboo goes, "Hey, I've got this new thing," and then it'll immediately say, "Your firmware is outdated. Do you want to update it?" You'll see later on when we go to do the Prusa, we actually have to go and download things and do, but we'll get there. But on the last stream, which was yesterday, you're just a squirrel who builds Vorons more than I actually print with them. Yes, yes. I can't tell you the last time I printed something on Iron Dragon over here in the corner, and that's not because there's anything wrong with it. It's actually, I can tell you, is when I was beta testing the Nextruder, or excuse me, not the Nextruder, the Fetus XG extruder, because that's the printer I tested everything on because it had the blacked out panels. The reason I'm not printing on it right now is I just can't get back there to it. I, I got everything shoved in that corner, and I'm gonna have to try and figure out where I'm gonna put these two printers because there's not much space left. I'm gonna have to clean some stuff out down here and put printers down on the lower shelf. Which means I got to figure out which ones are going to get demoted to the lower shelf and which ones are going to top. Black box is probably going to go on the top just because I don't want to bend down and try and lift it and move it around. She's chunky. She is chunky. But with that said, let's go ahead and get started on the build tonight. So as I showed earlier, we have gotten the we had gotten the actual MMU put together, along with its initial tail here of PTFE tubes. We did this last night on our stream, making sure that's going to sit there and not slide off. Okay. This is going to get mounted on the upper rail of the Mark IV. Next, what we're going to work on is the cassette buffer assembly. Would have helped if I came over here. But yeah, I've got plenty of printers. The issue is right now is I can't print with more than a handful of them at any one time because most of the beds are mains heated beds, and if they kick on at the same time, I will pop the circuit. So I need to have one. I'm going to need to have a 20 amp circuit put in downstairs in the garage anyhow because the Bamboo is currently printing parts for a Milo mini mill. So we will be doing a Milo build on this stream after Murph. I've got everything sitting downstairs. I like I said, I just don't have the room to bring it up here and store it up here, so it's sitting downstairs, again in the living room up against the wall. Once we get back from Midwest Rep Festival, of which case there may be some printers that find new homes there, we'll be working on the Milo mini mill up here because BZBot and Black Box are going to be done. They are going to Murph. That's why they've got to get done. So, the VZBot may go. The Black Box is going to definitely go to Midwest and 3D Printopia. I don't know if it would make it to Remurf next year just because I would have to either ship it or drive. And that's a heck of a long drive. And we're gonna have to see how they deal with our paid time off going into this next year. I may have to figure something out because just work stuff, right? It's just a beast. it is a beast. I want to get black box out there as much as I can. We're going to have, I think, at least 3 of them at birth. So that's going to be pretty interesting. But yes, it will be going to the shows that I can drive through or drive to. We're just going to have to see if I can get it out to Rocky Mountain next year. Yeah. So we're going to start working on the spool holder. And why is my stuff not showing up? Because I had I just installed a graphics card update before the stream. Yeah, I'm going to take the VZ bot. I'm going to take the K3. I'm going to take black box, and those are going to be at the table, and those are going to go with me, and they're going to come home with me. Other things that I'll take, maybe looking for new homes at the show. Either they're going to be going in a, this is working, but here's a project that, you know, I had upgrades planned that I'm just not going to get to, or it may be, this is a project, expect it to be a project, or it may be, hey, this is a fully working, you know, printer from the Dragon's Den. Come enjoy. Let's get more of the table, some of me, and if we, whoa, that's my, oh, sorry. So we're gonna have something that keeps blocking my face, but that's not a bad thing. Okay, so it talks about the tools here. We've got almost everything here. We've got our nail nose pliers and plenty of Allen drivers, so we're going to be good. We have a screwdriver if we need it. We're going to need our buffer sheets or plates, the printer holder, so these parts, and some buffer wheels and stuff like that. So we're going to need some parts and some screws. So let's go ahead and get all of our parts laid out. But yeah, we will be going to Midwest with quite a few printers. We're planning on taking 2 cars so that we can take a bunch of printers, so some of them can hopefully find new homes and make room for future builds on the channel. I will tell you that conversations are in the works for, okay, Ash, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the lurk. Hey, Tech Jeeper. Can't wait to shake my hand at Murph. I'm looking forward to it. Just make sure that I'm trying to put faces to names as more people. I meet more people, and I know, like, seeing Daddy Wazzy in person and Killer Prince, Lee Marie, and a bunch of other people that I see in channel or in other channels. I interact with a lot on Twitter. You know, I see you all over the place, Tech Jeeper, but I couldn't put a face to a name. So definitely, yeah, come up and shake hands and make yourself known. Okay, so I've been trying to pull everything out. So we've got the leg, the segmenter, front holder. We need M3 by 30 screws, 6 of these. Six of these. We need 6 of the square nuts. Hey, your secret's safe with me. I'm just the type of guy that I need to see your face and be able to do face to name recognition, and it actually takes a couple of times. So if I don't like come up to you and be like, "Hey, how's it going?" Please don't take offense. Uh, I'm getting older. My memory's getting worse. All right, so we've got our plates out. We've got our printed parts sitting over here. We've got the screws out that we're going to need. And let's get started. Ooh, start with the AMSR peels. Start this. Want us to peel the protective coating off, and we need to do this on both sides of this acrylic. And you do want to do this because if you don't, this protective layer will actually one, it'll rub off and then cause issues, and two, its coefficient for friction is higher than the actual acrylic pieces, so you'll have more drag in the system. And don't worry about getting fingerprints all over these. Just, it's like scratches, you know. Oh, it's brand new, it's shiny. Go ahead and scratch it now. That way you're not worried when it does scratch. I see faces and still have no idea. Exactly. Exactly. But Pezlis can guide you. She like knows everybody. You know, I was running around with her and K2 Kevin and Zombie at well actually her and K2 Kevin primarily at Earth last year, and every time I ran into her, she's like, "Oh, hey, Digital Dragon, here, meet this person, so and so, and this is their name in real life, and blah 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 blah." And I'm sitting there going, "Dude, I'm not gonna remember you in 20 minutes." So cool. But then again, you meet so many people at shows; it is crazy. We need to hurry up with facial recognition. Yep. Well, we have it. We're not giving it out to the public. Yeah. All right, all 6 of those have been peeled. We're going to insert the protruding parts of our print into the lower recesses down here. I'll say these were the sides on the print bed, so that's the way I'm going to line them up. And all we're doing is just taking these parts, slipping them in, and pushing it up. Whoops. So. And we're going to insert the four of our square nuts in the slots here. Oops. And if they're tight, don't worry about it. Just grab your hobby knife and just try and open the slot up a little bit. To get started. Probably heard me say it before, and I'll say it again. We're printing with molten plastic. Sometimes it doesn't cool down as fast as we need it to or want it to, and trying to get exact tolerances in plastic is a little hard sometimes. Trying to build in, tolerance into the design, depending on everybody's printer, you're either going to have it too tight or too loose. So very nice 3D Medic vents. Feels like the slot isn't like big enough vertically, not that it's a horizontal issue, but a more of an edge to edge thing. These two in. Keep playing with these other two. Make sure they get fully seated. Got to go way down in there. So I'm using the end of my driver just to help me get the alignment right. And then I'll use my flat side here, just try and push it down to get it started. Once I get it started in the part, then I can take the driver out, keep pushing. Use the driver to push it all the way down in. There we go. One of these still isn't down in there all. There we go. All right. So that felt like a lot more fun than it needed to be. So we've got these 4 put in. Now we need to add 2 into the slots in these pieces here. These are the last 2. So they're fully seated and that you can see all the way through it, which we can. So that part now set. Now we're going to start with one of our panels. And where our foot end is, the notched area needs to be away from this foot end. So we're going to take this and it's going to slide into the first slot. Just like so. Here are the buffer leg and the cutout parts, opposite sides. We did. Attach the print holder to the marked position. Buffer sheet, for now, it should be pointed up. Sheet should attach to the bottommost opening in the printer hole. So we're looking to put it into this slot all the way down here. And it's going to go at this last hole here. Then we're going to lift the whole thing up basically and set it down on these 2 parts. Just like that. That's going to make the setup a lot easier to put the rest of our sheets in. And we're going to insert the rest of our remaining sheets, lining everything up in the slots. Okay. Now we've got the whole assembly laid out together. And from the back side, this side, we want to insert 3 of our M30 screws. So here, here, and down here. Take a little bit of wiggling. When we screw these in, we just want them to go tight. We don't want to flex or bend the sheets. We're just going until we feel the tightness change. This one may take just a little bit to get everything lined up. That's not what I intended to do. Hoping to do is use a smaller driver to wiggle this into the right place. That. It. We've got those in. Come to the other side, and we're going to do the two over here. So 3D medic vents. What have you been printing with your MMU3? Anything interesting? Got those two in. Now we're going to come in on the bottom here, lift this up, and you're going to see we've got an angled inlet here. Need to get our screw down in there, and we're probably going to use our ball end driver. Once again, we're just going in and getting it snug. We don't want to deform our sheets any. Now we should have 5 other pieces. Right here, and these are just going to go into these other places to hold these separated. They're going to go right over the other holes. That. And as you put these in, it's going to become a lot more rigid. There we go. There's our buffer system. Now we've got to do our buffer segmentation parts. So we've got a bunch of wheels, 2, 4, 5. Then we've got a bunch of these parts here. I can't remember if these are the exact same or not. I think they are the same. So we've got 5, 5, and 5. Gonna need 10 buffer segments, 5 wheels. We need our 693 2RS bearings. There's our bearings, shafts, and collets. We need bearings, pins or shafts, 15 M3 end nuts. Those would be our standard nuts here. And 25 M3x6 screws. Sweet. Hey, this here and we'll drop some out as we need them. Okay. There's a couple of different versions of these. Not sure what version that I have. F1 part. But when put together, mine look like version A, so that they all the things line. So MMU3 from Mark IV printer necessitates the use of the most recent buffer cartridge version. That version A, but okay, this is actually version B then. So the difference here is version A has smaller wings where version B has those wider rings. So these are actually version B parts. I just don't know why their sides aren't lining up unless it's already got probably just one of these that's in it that's not fully lined up. It's kicked to the side. So putting together a version B. Version B accommodates a slightly longer unload distance of the extruder. If you're adapting an older MMU3 unit to the Mark IV, it's necessary to reprint these plastic parts and buffer cartridges for proper. Righty. Cool. Okay. So we're going to start with our wheels, and we need to press in the bearings on each wheel. Need to make sure that the bearing is inserted all the way. I believe we would be within reach of our bigger Nippics, so let's see. Maybe, maybe not. Just missing out. That stinks. That would have been the easy way. Um, oh, try to get them in and get them flush. So easy way is going to be to use something definitely hard like your workbench to make sure that these go in. Try and get them in there straight. And all the way in. I was watching a video by Lost in Tech, I believe it was, today. And he was saying that in well over 1,000 total filament changes, he hasn't had a single fault on his MMU3. I was like, well, that's pretty darn good and reliable. Okay, so we've got all 4 wheels with the bearings inside. Now we're going to take one of our sides and we need to put some M3 end nuts in. And it looks like these go on the outside. Three there. Flip it over, add the wheel to the center. Push a small pin all the way through the middle of the bearing until it engages in the segment below. In my case, I just stuck it in the segment and then put the wheel on top. Easier that. Push the small pin all the way through the middle of the bearing until it engages into the segment below. Yep, did that. Now we're going to cover the assembly with another segment part. Put both parts together to make sure the shaft is engaged. And are all of these? Yep, they are all the same. So line that center up, push it down in the center, flip everything together. Join both parts together using 4 M3x6 screws. So there's 3 down here at the bottom. the ones that go into the side are threading into plastic. Just understand that. Make sure that your pins look really nice. Their wheel is moving nicely. So one done. Now we're just going to do this, all the remaining ones. So grab a segment. We'll put it in 3 nuts. Three in goes our center peg. Grab one of the wheels. Fill in. Another one of these. Put it on the top. Up. Put in our 4 screws. An add in progress. Two. Did everybody have a good long weekend? They have some enjoyable tales that they're willing to tell. So we stayed around here and it rained. Oh my God, did it rain all Sunday and then part of Monday. couldn't really go out and do any like yard work or anything like that. Yeah, we pretty much just stuck around here and relaxed. And then made some cookies yesterday. Printed out some cookie cutters that Miss Dragon designed up over at Cookie CAD. And so we made some cookies. Yeah, I just kind of chilled out, had a lazy day. Apparently my body needed hot dogs with the missus and kids. Nice. Yeah, I still haven't given hot dogs another chance. I had a rough go with hot dogs right after my gastric bypass, and have not wanted to even look at one. But yeah, other than that, like I said, we just chilled out. The downtime was good. It was like I said, we had a lot of rain, which the yard needed. Now the downside is I think the weeds sucked it all up from the yard, so I've got a bunch of weeds I need to go and deal with again. But that is home ownership, you know. That is home ownership. The only thing that sucks is I do need to cut the grass, but with the rain that we had, I need a couple of days of dry to let my uh, the ground to get less saturated because I have a zero turn riding lawnmower, and I almost got it stuck the last time because it was still too wet. There may be areas that I just have to mow with a good old push mower to make sure I get them done. But yeah, getting ready to, gearing up for Midwest. Um, Starting to get excited, trying to think. We got we got new stickers. We got the sticker stash uh, repopulated again. We've got a bunch of maker coins done. Maker chips done. Thanks to K2 Kevin for sending me the design. And we'll have Evil Diesel may wind up with like his own stickers and stuff soon. Don't know if he'll get them done in time for Murph or for 3D Printopia. Hopefully, I need him to bring something more than just hover over our Death Racer and Drag Racer and stuff. Trying to get him to bring his own printer. All right, so our 5 wheels are done. Need to take the collets, and the collets go in the center holes on each side. And you may have to play with the little tabs to get them all squished in and not break them off. But they will all go in. Be kind and gentle. And don't drop them twice. We're gonna have to make that a drinking game, or okay. Now you're gonna have to do you drop something. Now you gotta do a shot or something of hot sauce or something. Have to make a game out of that. I keep dropping things. All right, so all of our collets are in. Weeds are just a fancy lawn. That, I've tried to explain to my wife, well, it is green, you know. Okay, so we want to flip this around so that we've got that triangular leg. And we're going to have our 5 buffer pieces or cartridges. Just going to go through and insert these one at a time into the buffer. Just getting the tabs in so that we can insert them. And the difference is the A's, I think, go in a little bit more than the B's. The B's have a little bit more sticking out. That just makes up the space for the little bit of extra space required by the next extruder. There's your cartridges, all there. PTFE tubes. For the following steps, please prepare 5 650 millimeter PTFE tubes. Well, they're prepared for us. They're just down here in the bottom of the box. Like that. And tells us also that it wants us to have, like a PTFE clip. I know what it's talking about there. So what do I do with those? They want these little PTFE combs. So that's what they mean by the clip, is that little comb that'll hold your PTFEs. Insert the PTFE tubes into the upper collet on each of the cartridges. Push them all the way in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. Join the PTFE tubes together using the PTFE clip approximately in the middle. Okay, so keep them in the same order. Find about the middle. Just clip them in one at a time into the PTFE comb here, making sure you get them in the right order. Just like that. That'll help keep them in the right order. And next, 2 spool holder types. Okay, so we're going to take this and I'm just going to set it off to the side for right now. Make room on here so we can start working on the next piece, which is all of our spool holders, and there's 1 per bag. And we've got the newer type over here on B. I do have some of the classic spool holders, and quite honestly, I'm not 100% sure whether I'm going to use these. I may use them as we're doing stuff up here on the table, but how I did this before with the Mark III is I got a rep box down here with my feeder tubes with all of my filament in them, and I'm just going to come right out of the rep box into the Mark IV that's right next to it. That will be the plan. I'm still going to build these parts just to have them. But yeah. I thought these were printed. These are actually all injection molded. So interesting. I thought these were printed. New injection molded spool holders. This version comes in 5 packages inside a smaller box. Yeah, this version skipped to the injection molded. Click. Click. There we go. All right. So we've got all of the primary parts. The only thing we're missing is the PTFE holder because those are in a separate bag over here. Grab that when we need it. Take one of the base parts, arrange it as seen. Okay, done. Insert 2 wheels into the base. Done. Cover with another base. Seems simple enough. Click, click, snap, snap. It just snaps together. Push space together until they fully engage into each other. Verify the base parts hold together. They do. Repeat for the other side until you get 2 of these, okay? Got 2 of these now. Take the foam pad sheet, bend it to separate the individual foam pad strips. Attach individual foam pad onto the middle of the bending line inside the opening seen in the. Okay. So where did my pad of things? So okay, yes, these are has a segmented foam piece on here, so it looks like we're just going to peel off one of these foam pieces. And kind of right where that bend is. Apparently center it better than I did. So 3D Medic Vince, if you're still hanging out, were there any gotchas that you had in the overall process, or was it follow the manual, RTFM, and everything just works? Because so far that's been my experience with the Mark IV is, I just use Prusa slicer, grab the standard slice settings and go. I've been printing PLA, PETG, and TPU on it with not a problem. So, okay, so those two are done. Now we're going to attach 4 more on these bottoms in the lengthwise direction. And I know I've been doing a lot of builds on the channel. Is there anything specific that anybody would like to see on the channel? Build wise, we still do need to, after Midwest, we do need to get on our droid builds because we've committed to have droids at 3D Printopia with Creatix Brit. So we need to get those going soon. All the parts are printed. I just need to start going through and doing the assembly videos and stuff like that. Just curious what everybody would like to see on the channel. There's a specific printer because we have done a couple of printers that everybody decided they wanted to see. We've got those 4 strips done. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. The PTFE holder. We'll need this and one of these. Take the spool holder guide part, hook the end of the PTFE holder onto the guide. Make sure the longer part of the PTFE holder is located at the narrower side of the guide part. long side, narrow side. So we want the PTFE outlet at the narrower side. To line this up, there's a little kind of a detent here. That's where you're going to line up the backside claw. Front side's just going to clip on like that. Make sure you're straight and lined up on this tab here. R. An Ender 3 NG, a possibility. That is a possibility. Now we're going to slide the spool holders on. And the foam pad there is going to provide a little bit of a gripping tension surface to the slider. And I didn't notice it at first, but there's ruler marks on these parts here, which means you'll be able to figure out, okay, what's the width of my spool, set it right at the marks. And I'm assuming through the center line here, and that'll get you the right width for your piece. So if you had like a 3-inch wide spool gap, you'd set it up with the 3s and that would be your gap. So that's one done. We need to do this, oh, I don't know, 4 more times at least. Repeat the same steps for the remaining spool holders. Yep. So we're just going to keep doing the same thing. And an Ender Next G. Okay. That is another Ender Core XY setup, correct? Where you take an Ender and as a donor and print out some parts and make it a Core XY. We can probably look into that. Enders are fairly easy to come by. I do like the way this spool holder is kind of put together because you'll be able to link them all together and it'll create a partial circle that you'll be able to line up all of your spools with. Once again, it works great if my ad's about to start. Let's snooze that one for 5 minutes. So you'll be able to set these up and form basically like a semicircle with them, which will make feeding and everything easier. But like I said, with me having a rep rack or rep box down there, my plan is just to come right out of the rep box. And that way, you throw some desiccant in the rep box and kind of keep things fairly drier. And of course, you can always seal up your rep box really good. Now that once you build it, you can seal it with silicone caulking, and it becomes a lot easier to keep the filament dry once you do that. So I do have the seals on mine. So all I need to do is just go ahead and do the whatchamacallit, the words on screen sometimes. I just need to go ahead and caulk it so it seals up a lot better because I did have issues. Well, actually, I didn't have issues with it breaking in the box. Where I had issues was filament breaking in the buffer. So, like I said, they've got the tabs high on one side, low on the other. You basically just interlock them, hold them down. This way, you're going to be able to create a crescent with your 5 spools to have them come out through a PTFE down here and go right into the feeder system. It's a pretty nice little setup there. Oh, and Timor, yeah, I have no problem doing the Ender Next G. Just know that it's not going to be like immediate. Like I said, I've got the Milo to build. We've got the Rook 2020 to build with the Tugboat 3D kids or guys. And droids that we've committed to for 3D Printopia. Now, I know I don't have to do the droid build on stream, but I'm trying to do as much as I can on stream to just share the knowledge and the experience. So and like I said, there will be a rat rig build coming to the stream. Those conversations are happening now. Hey, Big Jano, how's it going? Yeah, give me a second and we'll pull that up, take a quick look at it. Timor, how are you doing today, Big Jano? Hope you're doing well. We have been working on putting together our Prusa MMU3, trying to get it set up. And really, it was, these are days where I should be working on the VZBot. However, I keep tripping over this box. So, for my own health, safety, and welfare, I decided to go ahead and put together the the MMU3, because at least that way, even if I don't start printing and tuning and all that good stuff with it immediately, it's off the floor and out of the way, so it's no longer a health hazard for me. These are cool little spool holders. They're all injection molded parts. There's 4 of these parts because they're the same. We've got 4 wheels, injection molded part, just sandwiches together, snaps in, snaps on each side. And then we're just taking little foam pad strips here, and we'll add 2 lengthwise down each side. And that will give the overall base some stability and traction to keep from getting pulled off. And then we're going to use some of these horizontally right here in the middle. Goes over this bent section. And that just provides a little bit of friction to the surface as we slip it on the centerpiece. Your studio is a mess right now. So BZBot, black box, loads of other stuff. Yeah, my studio is a disaster. I need to do some spring cleaning myself. Need to do some spring cleaning myself. And of course, every time I go, oh, well, I don't need any more filament, I go, oh, well, I don't have enough Limebot green to print the needed trad rack parts for the rebuild of the trad rack for the K3. So I'm going to need another spool of that. Oh, I had a couple of parts that failed on the Milo build, so I need to go and get another spool of Fadis ASA glass fill blue. ASA glass fill blue. So yeah, it's like there's always an excuse to go and get more filament, and I've got a lot of filament here already that I still need to dig through for various other projects as well. So filament everywhere. picked up a bunch for Toys for Tots when I was over at EPAX 3D. We found out they're local here and they sell resin printers, resin, and filament. So I got filament, Evil Diesel got a bunch of resin, and yeah, we just, every time I turn around, it's like, oh, well, I need this color, or I need this, or I need that. So eventually I'll work through a bunch of filament and get some room back in the Dragon Den. Who am I kidding, right? You're hoping to not have to restock until you go to Murph. So does that mean when you go to Murph, you're going to be buying up a bunch of filament from the people that are there, or does that mean you're going to stop at a micro center on the way there? I know, like I said, I've got a ton of filament. It was just more of, well, I need one more spool of this because I had a whoopsie or something, or I need to get one more spool of this filament to do this or that filament to do that. The like the one is a, for the redo of the trad rack would be a Sparta 3D filament. So anytime you're ordering from Sparta, because it's up in Canada, it's best to order multiple spools rather than pay for the shipping just for a spool. So all right, so we've got all 5 of those put together. One more box we'll say is down for the count. Let me slack on the coffee. Okay, so 5 spool holders assembled. You can interlink them to make the little chain. If you're installing the MMU3 on a Mark IV, move to the Mark IV and extruder mod. We are. I have unloaded the filament. Make sure it's in the middle of the X and Z. Close enough to the middle of the Z and the X we can move, quite easily. There's more of the lifting it up on the X because I really don't want to have to recalibrate. Well, I guess I'm going to have to calibrate some things. Not sure, but I think the next extruder stuff had a separate set of parts. So these will all be spares that can go in there. I'm going to go over here. These two come over here. This comes over here. And we're going to do a little bit more reconfiguring. So I'm going to take our MMU unit. So there's the MMU3 in all of its glory. Stick that over here. Grab these and move them over here. Basically, I'm just clearing off the workbench so that I can bring the printer over here. Out of the way. Folks, I'm going to be right back. Give me just a minute. I'm going to go on mute for just a moment. Okay, and we are back, folks. Sorry about that. Mrs. Dragon came upstairs and was asking about some stuff that just arrived, whether I needed it or not. And so I had to go downstairs and figure that out, but we're good. So what I'm doing right now is trying to get the Mark IV out, which means it's right there. So I have to move the black box out of the way, which, as noted before, is not that light anymore. Okay. Here's the Mark IV, which has been printing rock steady. Like I said, if I need a TPU print or any type of print, PETG, anything, it's just get the right build plate on there and load up the files and hit go. And in fact, I'm running Prusa Connect on this, so I don't even have to get up and come over and interface with the front. I can just send it over the wire to it. I'm going to click on this real fast. So this is the Ender 3 NG Core XY Beta. Yeah, so this is taking an Ender 3, breaking down the frame and reusing the various parts to make a Core XY printer, of course, with a bunch of printed parts. Triple lead screw, so one motor with 3 lead screws to make it a tilting bed. And lots of parts up here to provide stiffness. Bunch of different extruder and hot end options. Using linear rods pretty much everywhere. Yeah, that very much does give a feel of an enclosed bugaboo, doesn't it? I like the electronics backpack on the back. Yeah, that's definitely something we could take a look at. Okay. Unload the filament, blah, blah, blah. It said, put this in the middle. Hey, look, it's in the middle. Have a spare parts bag. Yep. All right, we're going to start by taking off this top piece here. It doesn't tell me to take any screws out. However, I'm going to go out on a limb and say I might need to. Move the top love board from the extruder by pulling it up. There we go. I kept grabbing both sides, but this side is fixed, and this is the shroud. This comes off, and this shows and reveals our tool head board. The pretty nice thing here is this rotates out of the side. You can undo the 2 screws, and your hot end can swap out very quick and easily and efficiently. So pull this out, undo the couple of connections for the thermistor and the hot end, and boom, you're done. Let's see, open the idler swivel. So the idler swivel is this part, which lift that up. Fully loosen the M3 by 25 screws holding the gearbox cover. So we're going to undo these 4 screws here. Before I do that, what I'm going to do is grab some paper towels to put on there, just in case I drop anything. It's not, hopefully this will keep it from bouncing off, but also keep from scratching that build plate. Now this, as I mentioned before, I bought this fully assembled, so this is the first time that this particular extruder has been apart. Fully loosen the M325 screws holding the gearbox cover. Leave the screws in place. Do not remove them entirely yet. There were multiple versions of the extruder. The earlier models have 4 screws, 4. Newer ones have 3. We've got the 4. That'll be, and that's the thing that we need to pay attention to. Remove the whole gearbox assembly. That's the front plate, this copper plate, and then the plate behind it. To remove the whole shebang. Just like that. Okay. Locate the metal washer that should be between the gearbox and the motor. Um, it could be a printed spacer, and that's the printed spacer right there. Earlier versions of the extruder used the orange spacer instead of the metal washer. Reseat the washer or the spacer on the motor shaft in case it has come off the shaft. Parts may be greasy. Clean off any excess grease. Um, I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of grease there, but just going to slide that back on and leave it the way it is for now. Be the washer if you had the washer. Got the spacer. Using the T6 torque, remove the set screw. We don't have that set screw because if you had the 4 screw, you don't have that. Instead, we've got this sleeve that the screw on the bottom left goes through this sleeve and then goes into the extruder motor itself. Remove the idler. Move this. There's that sleeve right there. Okay. Move the idler. Remove the 2 M3x20 screws with the springs. That's these up here. And remove the swivel assembly. Okay. Once again, these are on springs, so be aware there may be some tension. They may go flying if you undo them very quickly. Shouldn't, but be on the safe side. Here's that one. There's our swivel latch. On top of the extruder heatsink, there is a filament sensor assembly. We need to remove it. Using needle nose pliers, gently pull the filament sensor assembly out of the heat. Proceed very carefully. There is a spring and a very tiny ball that can fall out. Okay. Okay. So we're going to take this assembly here out. Those pliers, being very careful. And what they need to do is tell you where that spring and ball is located, which is on this side here. Because it popped out and it almost came flying at me. Would have been bad. Actually see if there's a metal ball stay in the sensor, or do I take it out? No need for the metal ball anymore. Is it possible to revert to the original filament sensor idler arrangement, or is this a way deal? Yeah, you can revert it. I mean, you're going to keep all the parts that you're taking off, right? So you should be able to revert it. You just need to make sure that things like this little ball and the spring that holds it in place actually don't come up. Now we're going to take apart our idler assembly. So need to remove the M3x6 screw. Then split these parts to open them up. We've got our little gear drives and the two pins. Set aside for later use the bearings, the pins, the spacer. For the printed parts won't be reused. Set them aside so you don't mix them up with the new parts. I don't really want to take everything apart. Please prepare the idle lever. So this is where we need to grab the new parts. Keep that there, and we'll put the old parts that we don't wind up reusing in there. We've got our two new idler pieces. What I'm going to try and do is just line the shapes up. So the older parts that are made out of PETG are prone to bending over time. Do not reuse the old parts as they can cause the printer to malfunction. We're going to be doing a lot of retracts and, load and retract sequences. So these new parts, I'm gonna say I thought they were SLS, but no. Looking at these are FDM printed. I can get it to focus really, see the layer line. So this is an FDM printed part, and this is most likely an ABS that is very well dried and very, very nice. So what we're gonna do is the 2.9 by 8.5 pin. Those are very exact. We're gonna put the pins in, mount the bearing, and clamp everything together. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take these parts out. So I wanna get this spacer part pulled out. Put it in this piece. I'm going to pull these gears out one at a time. First, can't get the pins out because the pins are very well in there. Pins go in, bearings go on pins. Then we take the other part, clamp everything together. the M3x6 back in. We are going to be threading it into the plastic. And by the way, hello Tactile, how are you doing today? Screw that down, make sure that both of our bearings are still rolling. That is at least flush, if not slightly below the top of the print. Like I said, these prints, gorgeous. Swivel assembly. We need to take the swivel assembly apart. So we're going to take these two parts here, put them over here in our bag. Set this aside now. We need to take the swivel assembly apart. These are locking screws and or locking nuts. Wow. Those apart. We've got all the parts. Printed parts and the screws will not be reused. Set them aside as they don't mix up with the new parts. So, said the printed parts and the screws. So we'll take these printed parts, screws, put them back in this bag over here. Idler nut FS part preparation. Following steps, please prepare the idler nut FS new part. That would be this piece, magnet, millimeter by 1. 2 of these tiny magnets included in the package. Please separate them and use only their magnet serves as spare. In what package? That. M4 parts for the MMU. Hey, 2 magnets. Could be 2 magnets in this bigger part. Like how they have the parts list on here. So, and there's some other parts we're going to be using. Locking nuts. Screws. More screws. Tiny magnet. You mean tiny magnet? That is 2 magnets. Separate them, use only one. The other magnet serves as a spare. Separate the magnets without losing them. Sending one across the table. There's one. Still in the box. Spare. The other one we're going to put right there for now. Range the idler nut as seen in the picture. The way it is. Install the tiny magnet, real tiny, into the marked opening. It's going to go in this little tiny slit right there. You do realize I've got meat pole, right? That at least was easier than I expected, but whew, still a tad bit stressful. Tiny, tiny magnet. If that hit the ground, it would have been all over. Hey, Pez Liz, how's it going? Welcome on in. Thank you for the hype. We're still making progress. We have the neck extruder torn apart on the Mark IV right now. And we had to work with this little tiny magnet. So the little shiny thing right there is a magnet. And there's two of them in the package. And they say separate the two magnets and then stick one in here and don't lose the other one. The thing is super, super tiny. Okay, so I got the 3mm by 1mm magnet put in there. Polarity orientation of the magnet isn't important. That's a darn good thing. Printer will automatically adapt to it during the filament sensor count. Thank God. For the following step, please prepare 1, 2, 3. Yep. They gave us 2 new lock nuts, so I don't think we're going to use these 2 lock nuts. Because they did give us, well, they gave us 3 lock nuts. So two there, and the other one, well, just open this drawer up and do it lock nut. Oh, lock nuts were in one of the bins that's over here. Oh well, we'll put that aside. We'll go with the lock nuts. Hey, I found the lock nut. Okay. And the spacer in M3 by 22 screws. Had some cucumber and chicken for supper. Nice. Power was off most of the day. Oh wow. Hey Tugboat, how's it going? We've got our extruder of our what was a working Mark IV torn apart and laid all over the place. So this is fun. So the new swivel, we're going to take this part. We're going to put a M3 by 22 screw through the opening. Take our sleeve bushing, put on there. Spacer, sleeve push. Spacers! I'm going to put the other M3 by 22 screw through there. Slide the idler nut. So this piece, looking at the orientation, Okay. Kind of our orientation that it's showing us. Yep. Go. Right. The swivel assembly is seen in the picture. There is a tiny magnet in the idler nut FS part. Make sure it is in place. Yeah, because if that tiny magnet comes out, I ain't finding it in my carpet. Slide the swivel B part, the screws. Enough. Swivel B part, slide onto the screws. Make a thing like that. Attach the M3 end nuts onto the screws. Tighten the screws gently while holding the nuts using the needle nose plier. Not over tight. So we're going to put on our locking nuts. Hey, Rodney Mack, how's it going? Welcome in. Okay, and now we're going to tighten these up one at a time. And we're going to swivel, must be able to swivel freely. Tugging them up, but we're not locking them down. Or we're dropping them. Swivel still needs to swivel. Seems like it still swivels. There. We're going to need the two M330s with springs we removed earlier. We will need the springs alone. The old M330 screws won't be reused. Okay. Take those out. Put them in that spares bag. Means we must be using these M3 by 35 screws. They're the new, slightly longer ones. Pretty sure these are going to go back on these springs. So I'm going to put the springs on them so I don't lose my springs. And a screw guide would be the screw guide there. Tension screw assembly. Take the M3 by 35 screws. The old 330s won't be used. Push the M3s through the screw guide. Attach the springs onto the other end. Oh, that was awesome. Let me take the springs off, put them through the screw guide, and then put the springs on. RTFM. There we go. Part done. Take the gearbox assembly and split it apart. Parts might be greasy. Clean off any excess grease. This is the part I've been worried about. So this little piece right here is not going to be used and can go away because it's got that little ball in it. I got rid of all my little bit. Oh, here's one. Well, because this has the original ball and a tiny spring in it, at least going to throw that in the baggie when I throw it over here into the spares part so we don't lose that little sucker. Okay, so now it wants us to take this apart. Clean off excess grease, set aside for later use. PG cover, PG ring, PG assembly, and M3 by 20. So one part, cleaned part, our planetary gear drive system. Then the front cover piece. Okay. Printed main plate won't be reused. Set it aside so that it doesn't get mixed up with the part. That will be this piece. Set that aside. Like here. Again, that's a PETG printed part and it could flex. So for the following step, please prepare the new main plate part. Interestingly, I have two different ones. So they are the exact part. So I'm assuming that one is good and one's a spare. Yeah, two pieces include spares. So we have a spare main part and O-ring. So that. We have our main part and our O-ring. There's a V-shaped groove in the inside of the round opening. May be hard to see, but there is a V-shaped groove in there. This is a SLS part, not a printed part. So this was a printed part because you can see layer lines. First layer. This is an SLS. We're going to take the O-ring and put it in that groove around the inside this piece. That O-ring. Following steps, please prepare. Well, I think we've got everything laid out here, so add the idler assembly onto the extruder. So we've got the extruder here. We're going to need our idler assembly. And we're going to basically just set it right there, letting it rest on our fan. The swivel assembly onto the extruder. The protruding part of the idler nut FS component should fit inside the filament sensor pocket in the heat sink. Okay, so the little lever here that's got the magnet in it fits in this pocket like so. Insert the tension screw assembly through the heat sink and direct it towards the swivel assembly. Tighten the tension screws gradually, one at a time, until the ends of the screws flush with the surface of the idler, opposite side as shown in the Okay. We're going to take this with the sensor in there. Feed these in there and screw them down one at a time. Till the screws are flush with the printed part. And I'll bring you guys in for a closer look. But this is what we're looking for. Screws being just flush with the printed part. Okay. Now, 3, attach the new nameplate assembly to the extruder. Ensuring the protruding parts fit correctly in the heat notch in one of the corners is fit over the idler spacer set screw. Okay, so this notched area is the part that goes down here over the spacer or set screw. No? Sure the lever on the swivel assembly fits correctly into the cutout in the main plate. So yes, it does. That it does. Attach the PG assembly to the motor shaft. Be very careful when inserting the assembly into the opening with the O-ring. Watch out for any deformation or damage to the O-ring. Ensure the O-ring stays properly seated in its groove on the main plate. Slight wiggle motion can assist with it. Okay, so our big gear side is going onto the shaft, and our planetary gears are staying out towards the front. Need to make sure that as we put this in that we don't disturb the O-ring. Not how you can necessarily, if you, oh, other than I'm going to shine a light in there and see if I can see anything. Don't. Yes, actually I do. bottom side fell out of the track. Seemed to have. I'm actually going to try and do it this way, which is basically lining everything up and pushing it all in as one big assembly. There we go. O-ring is still good. Quick glance. O-ring is good. Now we have a gearbox assembly part, our brass copper spacer. Three or four. We've got four and the case assembly. So we're going to attach the adapter to the PG assembly, making sure the spur gears are correctly aligned and fit snugly into the pockets on the adapter. Pockets on the adapter. And we're going to do this so that the matters, but I'm going to follow where it's facing down. So there's a chamfer on one side of the PG ring. This side should be facing the gears, inserting the PG ring. Okay. Gently rotate the adapter while sliding the PG ring into the gears to align the gearbox properly. Now the PG ring looks to be the same on both sides, so it doesn't matter which side it goes to. Other than once you get this start sliding on, you're going to have to wiggle it slightly. What we're trying to do is get the gears to mesh. So move the adapter while holding the gearbox in place. Now our gears are meshed between these smaller gears and the outer ring. Check the PG ring for adequate lubrication. If necessary, apply a light amount of grease similar to the procedure for the kit. I didn't wipe any grease off. Some grease did come off, not a huge amount. I'm not going to worry about putting any additional grease in here. It does come with additional grease though, a little tube. So secure the case. We're going to put the cover back on. And we're going to put our 4 screws in. So Do not over tighten the screws, so we will work our way around in a crossing pattern, snugging things down. Okay. Attach the top board cover, which once again, you just slide right down on it. Just so you're going in the right direction. You don't have any cables or wires caught up. Okay, seated. And I guess we can, still shows it as now. Clear the case, use the board. Next, attaching the MMU unit part 1. MMU should be placed onto the top of the printer frame. MMU unit on the frame, attach it by the top hooks, and then just lever it down, which means we need to take this one off. Comes off just like that. Set that aside for now. And we will bring this around. Now, going to set this on with the top hooks in place, roughly centered. Roughly. Going to get the top hooks, look behind, there are clamps which will be used to lock the unit to the frame in the next step. Press the back part of the MMU down, just like that. And we have now hooked on to the top and the bottom. That's our mount, basically gravity mounted. Check that both of the bottom clamps are on the unit firmly. Yep, fully engaged. On the left side, we need to remove some screws. So I'm going to take this, wipe off whatever grease we got on the outside of it. Okay, left side of the printer, loosen the M3 by 15 screws holding the cable holder. So everything here is pretty much put back together. I'll take this back off. This around sideways. We're going to take the 2 screws out here so that we can remove the cable chains. Let's take the cover off first, so we'll do that first. How's everybody doing this evening? Hope everybody's doing good. Sound? I noticed that Karen Chow is on and up. Doing good. It's nice to be on summer break. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So I've got one more screw here, and I really don't want to move this the Z-axis if I don't have to. Don't know if I'll be able to get this one fully out. Yeah, yes, I was. Take the cover off the side. We've got the one screw undone over here. We're going to do the other one. Using the right one helps. Raise the cable holder. Use needle nose pliers to remove the indicated part of the cable holder, creating space for the MMU cable. Okay, so there is a piece of cable or of there's a marked piece on this. We need to remove that. It says with a piece or a pair of pliers, you should be able to snap that part. So God, it's almost like a print and place support. That's exactly what it is a print and place support. Very nicely done, folks of the Prusa orange. Now we're going to run our cable, guide the cable from the MMU unit along the frame, directing it towards the electronics. Guide the cable into the X-Buddy box through the opening in the top. Connect the cable into the marked connectors on the buddy board. Now it shows this coming down and around like there were places to actually hold that cable in place. There isn't. Hopefully it's just going to kind of stay there with pressure. Need to route this down in the box. Fish it around. And we're going to plug that into the board at this location. Okay, so goes in there one way. That's in there. So that's going to kind of snake around. Then we'll line this back up. Reattach the cable cover. I've been doing pretty good. Work's been work. You know, it is what it is. Um, it's been kind of annoying. I got an email at like 5 something today. Was like, oh, sorry, I got distracted, but you know, can you do some slides? And I haven't even bothered to look if they wanted me to do them tonight because they didn't bother to clarify. So, and this is the second or third time that they would have done that to me where it's like, oh, my bad. Can you do these tonight? And I'm like, no, I'm not going to stay up till 10 o'clock at night doing slides because you couldn't prepare. But that's called the joys of adulthood. So, but other than that, I mean, all in all, things are going well. Things are going well. Trying to get things ready for Murph. I got your box is ready to go. I I didn't let Mrs. Dragon know that it was ready, so when she took off and went out today, she did not take that box with her. So still hasn't gone out today. It'll go out tomorrow. She is aware that it is ready to go. We just need to actually get it in the mail. Crap, where did that go? But yeah, that'll get out in the mail to you very soon. And then, as Chris said, he'll get his portion out to you on the 2nd. He's currently down in Florida with family. I don't think I'm going to get this one going straight in from this angle. We'll put this one in once we get the printer up and can move it around because I do not want to move the Z-axis by hand. That's a good way of getting it out of whack. So I can add that screw in a little bit later. Crash, bang, boom. Ugh. Okay. Now what? Software download. Visit the MMU3 page. On here, download the latest drivers and app packages. MMU3 on Mark IV requires drivers and apps version 273 or newer. Okay. So we need firmware 601 for the Mark IV. And let's grab the drivers and apps as well, because I'm not sure if I ever installed that on this computer. I think I've only got it on my Mac. Oops. Move that over there. Okay, so run the Prusa installer. I'm going to come over here to full display now. So I've installed the package and it's going to open up Prusa Slicer. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, import. Wish to register downloads for. So note that a full configuration snapshot will create first. And you'll notice that we've got our print quality settings, got set up for 5 coax PLAs, and on an i3 Mark III's blah. Probably because, well, Mark III blah. We're going to need to do some more work here. Okay, open the slicer, configuration assistant. We're just going to say the configuration wizard. Prusa FFF, we want the Prusa Mark IV. Make sure that the original Mark IV MMU3 option is selected. We've got a 0.4 nozzle. Input shaper. Giddy. Finish, close the wizard. Now we'll come up here and we'll grab the Mark IV with an MMU3. Please be aware that the MMU3 on Mark IV is not compatible with older process slicer profiles or G-code, or the MMU2, blah, 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 blah. Using an incompatible G-code file on the MMU3 Mark IV could lead to a failed print and potentially damage your printer. Do not do it, folks. Do not do it. You'll need to update both the firmwares for the printer as well as the MMU unit. Use just the newest firmware versions together. Please refer to the MMU firmware compatibility article to find out exactly which version you need. Get back here, download the latest firmware package for your. I already downloaded the version 601 Mark IV 3. Getting here, firmware 6031 and 303 for the Mark IV. So we've already downloaded that. Firmware upgrade on the printer. Important, before you proceed further, there are 2 firmware files. One for the printer, the other one is for the MMU3. Both needs to be flashed to the respective device. BBF, okay. That tells you what I need to do is unzip this. And that's what we have, is we have those 2 files there. So, update the printer's firmware first. First transfer the firmware file onto a USB drive. Turn on the printer and connect the USB drive into it. Press the reset button to restart it. Then select the flash option on the screen to begin the update. Okay. trying to get the USB out. So give me 1 second to plug this in so I can download the file to it. So we need to take the Mark IV firmware 01. Copy that over. Have taken that long. There. Check that. And we're going to need to get a power cable up here. Okay, back over. Got a power cable plugged into the back. We're going to put our USB drive in there and apply power. That one's working. This one's working. Fans are going. Mark IV, new Mark IV firmware available, version 601, file name, Mark IV, blah, 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 blah. So it is doing that. Verifying, waiting. Call it the flash. Ugh. Following the firmware still. Hey, Avidus, how's it going? Hope you're doing well today. We've been working on installing the MMU3 on the Prusa Mark IV, and we've just updated the firmware on here. The nice thing is if I remember right, we now have touchscreen functionality on our printer, this latest firmware. So that's pretty cool. So let's go ahead and follow our instructions the rest of the way. So After finishing the firmware update, make sure that there are no filaments loaded, either in the extruder or in the MMU unit. Make sure the MMU is turned on. This option not only turns on the MMU functionality in the firmware, but also turns on the power for the MMU unit, which is necessary to do a firmware update. So right now we have no indicator lights or anything up here on our MMU. A little bit of light here. What we need to do is go into settings, MMU. We're going to click on that and we're going to turn the MMU on. It says this will change the behavior of the filament sensor. Do you want to continue? Say continue. MMU filament sensor calibration. We need to start without the filament in the extruder. Please make sure there is no filament in the filament sensor. No filament up here. Kind of makes me sound like I'm going to need filament. So we'll grab our handy dandy little roll of PLA that we use all the time for things like this. Say continue. Is filament in the filament sensor? No. Insert the filament. Filament inserted. Press continue. Filament. And we're good. So that part's done. We now have indicator lights. Up here on the MMU, you're seeing one flash. Going through and doing this little homing routine. Says from now on, the reset button on the printer resets also the MMU unit. Wait for a while, the MMU unit will go through the self-test routine accompanied by flashing LED lights on the MMU unit. Wait until it boots up properly before issuing any commands to the printer. Since you've converted the extruder to MMU version when prompted to reconfigure the filament sensor's behavior, which will appear immediately, choose continue. Okay, so it looks like everything is good. We are up, I think. What do we got here? MMU firmware update needed. The MMU firmware version is incompatible. Update to compatible version. More detail at here. It gives us a nice code to scan with our phone and bring it up. We've got it. I'm not going to say restart just yet. We're just going to go ahead and follow the instructions on screen, which says to plug in via the micro USB cable that came with the kit. And of course, that plug is over on this side. So I'm over here. Get this side plugged in, and then I'm going to plug the other side into my USB extension cable. Connect it to your computer. We did that. On your computer, select the appropriate MMU firmware file compatible with your printer model. Open Prusa Slicer, select Configure Flash Printer Firmware from the top menu. So let me come back over here to the full display. So we've got the top menu up here, and it said to go to Configuration, Flash Printer. browse to select the MMU3, which is downloads. Is that hex file open? Serial port should be auto detected, which it is. Rescan if the printer is not listed in the serial port. Those auto detected. That's right. Now you just need to hit the flash button. And it's flashing our board here. I do see a light inside flickering, getting a bunch of flickering on the MMU. It's going through its little homing cycle again. Sorry about that. I did not catch that on screen, but we are good. Flashing was successful. After flashing finishes, disconnect the USB cable in case of any issues with flashing. Please visit troubleshooting. It flashed, everything blinkied up here. It did its little homing thing again. I'm unplugging the cable. And I'm going to tell my printer to restart. Doing this little jig again. So how are you doing tonight, Avidus? Well, you're doing well. Okay, now we need to calibrate the planetary gearbox in the extruder. Okie dokie. Go to the home screen and navigate to control calibration and test. Scroll down and select gears calibration. Okay, one thing I do want to say is I believe the filament icon down here has changed. It used to be like a single spool, like sideways. Now it shows multiple spools, like one after the other. But where are we going to? We're going to go to control calibration test. Calibration and tests. And we want the gears calibration. Then follow you on screen. So the gearbox calibration is only necessary for user assemblies or service gearboxes. And all other tasks, you can skip this step. Okay, continue. Rotate each screw counterclockwise by 1.5 turns. The screw head should be flush with the cover and unlock and open the idler. Flush, front cover. And the idler is open. Gearbox alignment in progress. Please wait approximately 20 seconds. Good time for coffee. will be prompted to undo the idler lock swivel, make sure it's in the open position, lift it up, loosen the screws in the front gearbox. And then we'll go through the automatic gearbox calibration stuff. It did. Now it says tighten the M3 screws firmly in the correct order. They should be slightly below the surface. Do not over tighten. So top left is 1. Bottom right is 2. Top right is 3. They don't show the 4th one, but we're going to do the 4th one as well. They are slightly underneath. Close the other door and secure it with the swivel. Calibration is done. Gearbox alignment is completed. You should be prompted to continue to the filament sensor calibration. We need to start without the filament in the extruder. Please make sure there is no filament. There's filament. Make sure the idler lock swivel is closed during the filament sensor calibration. You will need to use a short piece of filament, which I thought we already did, but I guess we're going to do it again just to be on the safe side. So make sure there's no filament there. We're good. Continue. Is filament in the filament sensor? No. Insert filament. Filament insert. Press continue. Calibrating. Do not remove. Remove the filament. Yes. Good. Turning on the MMU unit automatically displays the filament sensor and finds sensor information on the status bar in the display. For some reason, this information is displayed, or you want to adjust the order procedure. Follows. Let me go back. And we've got, I believe that is the filament sensor. There. Sensor values are also shown in the sensor info menu. Okay, after calibrating the filament sensor in the extruder, we can move to calibrating the super fenda inside the selector on the MMU unit. Okay, so we haven't put any Bowden fittings on here. All the Bowden is still loose. We're going to continue on for just a little bit longer, folks. So thanks for hanging with me. Whoa, what happened? Hey, Ten Talent, how's it going? 3D Medic Vince is back. Cruising Girl's back. How's it going, everybody? Nice. Came in as you're saying the position of the screws almost sounded like lock-picking lawyer. Yeah, no. We're not lock-picking here. We're just being told which, how to set our screws right. So we've built our MMU3. We've got our buffer system. We've got our spool rollers. Now we're going through and we just mounted the MMU3, connected it in, updated the firmware on the printer, updated the firmware on the MMU, and we're going through some basic calibration settings right now. So we just calibrated the filament sensor that we modified here on the front of the extruder. We had to also recalibrate the gears because we did take the front gear motors out, so we had to recalibrate. And swapped a couple of parts in here. So the filament sensor and the locking mechanism here are newly printed parts. Our idler arm here is a new printed part because these parts are going to have additional wear and tear as we're doing filament inserts and retracts a lot more now. So they changed these parts from the standard PET G to what appears to be an ABS or maybe even a nylon, I'm not sure. And then there's a part that goes, you got a front cover, the metallic part that the planetary gear ride in, and then there's another printed part. We swapped this printed part out with a SLS printed part. So that is an SLS nylon part. And we did that because, once again, it's a higher wear and tear thing. So lockpicking is a skill you'd like to learn. Oddly, locksmiths and most thieves don't do it. In fact, locksmith drill out the lock cylinder so they can sell you a new one. Yeah, and quite honestly, lockpicking, um, if you go to a hackathon or a hacking conference, they're going to have lockpicking there, believe it or not, because it's part of the hacking trade is understanding it's one, it's a logic puzzle, and then two, um, some parts of hacking involve getting physical access, whether through social engineering or nefarious deeds. So yeah, lock picking can be there as part of the pen testing. Yeah, pen testing. Um, in the next steps, we will adjust the sensor position and check if it detects the filament correctly. It is extremely important, both the filament sensor inside the extruder and the fenda probe, this probe right here, work reliably and provide accurate readings. Otherwise, you will have trouble with the device. I cannot stress that enough. Tuning of both of these sensors is critical because this sensor tells it that a specific lane has been loaded. And then once it triggers down here, it knows that the filament has successfully been pushed into the extruder. When it's coming back out, it knows that it has been brought out of the extruder. And once it passes through here, it knows the set distance from the fenda back to the park position. And that makes your tool or your filament changes reliable. The biggest issue I have with the MMU2 is getting both of these sensors tuned and then tuning the distance, the load distance from the MMU to your extruder. You do those three things reliably, and you will have zero issue, or you should have almost zero issue with your MMU unit. Funny thing is when I used to do door-to-door sales, I got into offices to sell. I go into offices to sell stuff. I had to get past security to get to the workers. Exactly. Or in our cases, they left out flyers. So what we would do is we had because I worked in a secure facility, we had people that would sell tamales. Um, and you could pre-order tamales like on a certain day. You could you could go online and order your tamales. He would make them, bring them into the office, and it was a set period of time. And it got to the point where the lady knew me. I talked to her so often because I ordered from her every week that even when I wasn't down there at the set time, she would go over to the front desk and be like, "Hey, Luke still hasn't picked up." And they would call around my office to figure out where I was at, and I would either send somebody else or I would come out and pick them up from them. But yeah, so when I go to Midwest Rep Rat Festival, my son has some connections where I can get homemade tamales, like homemade tamales. And so normally one of the days I'm there, he'll come in with like 2 grocery bags full of homemade tamales, one regular and one spicy. So, but anyhow, I digress. So there's an inspection window on the side of the selector where you can observe the super fenda position. Yes, on one side, on this side. Um, it is a good starting point to line up the bottom of the super fender probe with the top of the inspection window when looking from the selector mode side. We did that when we first installed it, so we're good there. You've been planning on making some? Awesome. Tugboat, it depends on when everything gets there. Um, I can, push comes to shove, I will finish Black Box. Well, Black Box is almost up and going. If I have any tuning issues, it may actually be best for me to take it to Murph, where I've got Poity and uh, Chris, and they can help me get it fine tuned in. The VZ bot will get done and be printing, pushing plastic before we leave. And if you get the parts in time, we can definitely schedule the build before Murph. If not, it will be after. Um, I'm that's another one that it's on my list, and it'll be contingent on you guys getting parts. Because my plan is I'm going to take apart my Fabrico Rook, or potentially just take apart my Rook 2020 Mark One and reuse all of those parts. The only thing I need to do is rebuild it anyhow. So I may take apart the Rook 2020 Mark One and rebuild it as the Mark II on stream. Or I can take apart the Fabrico Rook and do it. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do one of those two. But we can make it happen either before or after. The crucial part is you getting your care package from KB3D that's going to have all the parts. And I know Chris said he's not going to get those sent out until the 2nd because he's waiting for some parts that should be coming in this week while he's down in Florida with his family. He's on vacation with his family right now. That's why if you go to the KB3D site, you can submit for pre-orders. You cannot do any other purchases on KB3D right now. The add to cart's blocked out except for pre-orders. Because he just doesn't want people to order stuff and then it sits there for a week before. Yeah, I'm hoping, like, depending on how he does it, chances are he may UPS them, in which case you'll have them in like 3 days. 2 days, 3 days. Like, he's gone so far as to overnight stuff to me to keep my builds going. So I don't think he'll overnight it, but yeah, yeah. So once he gets back, he'll get that shipping out. The last couple of things he shipped to me has come UPS. But yeah, as soon as you get it, then we can figure out whether you wanted to try. And actually, what we need to do now is try and figure out if you guys wanted to join the stream and build it side by side on stream. Because if so, we need to figure out the technology piece. If not, then I can sit here and do a build on stream like this, and you guys can just follow along. We just need to figure it out. I normally do Tuesdays and Thursday evenings, and Saturday, I start at 10 my time, which would be 8 your time. So if there is a filament in the selector, the steel ball is risen and should be detected by the fenda sensor. Distance between the ball and the sensor is what must be perfectly calibrated. Okay, so with filament in, if it's okay, so with no filament, there should be a light on, and I do have a light on the top of the fenda. Let me bring you guys around here. See if we can't get that to show. So we've got a bit of a light there on the fenda, right? So if I take filament and put it in from the front, that ball goes up, the light goes out, and the indicator on the front goes on. Right? So that's what we're looking to calibrate is no filament, filament, no filament, filament. Right now, quite honestly, that looks to be very good. Pulled out, pushed in, out, in. So I think we're pretty calibrated right now. Tuesdays and Thursdays are perfect days for all of us because it's the one day we all have off from activities and work. Cool. I understand that. We can set something up. Tuesdays and Thursdays, that's great because we should be able to do the Rook 2020. We could probably get that done in 2 streams, a Tuesday and a Thursday. It's really, really not that difficult. Um, so there's a good chance we could get it done in a Tuesday, Thursday, one done. Take a piece of filament with a sharp tip, insert it into the opening at the front, take a look at the fender from above, blah, 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 blah. Red light, no filament detected. So it's in the off state. Um, no, no detected, and is red light equals no filament detected. No light, filament is detected, which is the behavior that we're seeing. So, and the indicator. So the far side on the screen is the fender. So this one should be the one in the, this one should be the tool head. Not detecting, at least not reflecting. Oh, filament sensor is on, MMU is on. We'll have to see if there's an issue there. Error code detail. Later on, an MMU error code screen will show up if something goes wrong during the operation. See the example image. First line describes briefly what the error is about. You can view a detailed article. The status of the filament sensor is always displayed on the footer section of the error screen. System diagnosis. Adjacent to it, you will find the status of the fender sensor. Well, I need the soldering iron ready. Yes, so the printed parts should go out tomorrow. They should be there before anything coming from KB3D's there. Do I need some tools to put the screwy thingy? Need some tools to put screwy thingies. You're gonna need some hex drivers. If you don't have hex drivers, you just have the standard Allen keys from your bamboo and your ender, you should have all the ones that you need. You don't need to go out and buy a set of hex drivers if you don't want to. Okay. If you've got a set of Allen keys from your Ender 3s and your any of the tools that came with your Bamboo A1, bring those. Soldering iron and the things that you melt into plastic, that would be heat set inserts. I I'll have to look at the bomb again. I don't think In the past, there used to be a bunch of heat set inserts. There might be, um, if there needs to be. Um, yeah, you don't need the stealth press itself. What you would need is the so these are the tips. These go on a TS 100 or 101 soldering iron. If you have a standard one like a Weller, it would be a slightly different one. It's a different tip. In fact, I don't know. I might have one of those around here from an LDO kit. Um, but yeah, heat set inserts. Let me double check if they come with it. I will send a note to Chris and make sure that you get the heat set insert tips. Okay, hold that thought. Well, one, hold that thought. Two, I can tell you that I have used the standard TS 100 101. This is the soldering element. This was the original one. I used to put heat sets in with this. Perfectly fine. It's perfectly doable. You don't need the heat set insert tool. It just makes it nicer, easier, convenience. You can do it with this and a flat metallic piece. It could be a ruler. I tend to use the back side of one of my tweezers as a flat surface that I can use to make sure that it's nice and level and flush with the part if we're using them. But like I said, let me double check and see if their heat sets are even needed with the Mark II version. I don't think so. Okay, we'll double check. We'll double check, and if you need one, I'll let you know. Um, the other thing is I need to double check with Chris if we're doing. I think I'm sending parts for both the underslung power or a backpack power, you know, whatever, a power brick or a standard mean wall power supply or an external power brick, right? We'll have the printed parts to accommodate either way. I'm thinking the external DC power brick may be a better option, 24-volt external power brick. Even though it will require some soldering for the DC jack, but so that's the thing. The Mornsun that I have on my current Rook fits underneath the Rook nicely. The Meanwell LRS 224 does not. If you put it underneath, you're not putting electronics underneath. You're going to have to print a backpack and hang things on the back, which I have not printed out. So we'll have, like I said, we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out. What do we got? What do we got? This tells you about error code details. We're not having error codes. We're good. We're not going to have error codes. Fittings info. We have a couple of fittings. So in our other bag here, we'll have some PTFE tube. This looks like two of the same length, and I'm going to say one's going to be needed, and one is most likely a spare. Two PTFE tubes, one spare. Good. There's the lubricant if we needed to lubricate or add more lubrication to our gears if we cleaned them all off like it told us to do. I didn't. So there's lubricant. There's another pre-cut linked PTFE tube. and we've got two connectors. Um, these look to be the exact same, but they could be different. So on the MMU, the PTFE tube that guides the filament into the printer is secured using a Festo pneumatic fittings. Various versions of these fittings have been used in the MMU units or with other Prusa products shipped before April 2020. However, the MMU3 on the Mark IV printer requires the latest evolution of the fitting, which has an internal diameter of 2.6 millimeters. They appear identical from the outside. Be careful not to mix old with new ones. Using the incorrect version of the fitting on the Mark IV can lead to a printer malfunctioning. Sure, you use only the fittings provided with your MMU3 Mark IV package. That's what we've got. These two came out of the package. Okay, sounds good, Tugboat. We can get you squared away. So these are the two that came with the kit. So we've got the two Festu kits, or yeah, Festu fittings and our PTFE tube. That PTFE tube is 360 millimeters long and 2.5 millimeter internal diameter. Um, so basically, we put a fitting on each side and then put the tube between them. Pretty easy. Take your Festu fitting. You've got this metal set part. Going to twist that in. And I am tightening these down by hand. Okay. Attach the PTFE tube into the printer. One end goes onto the selector, the other goes into the extruder. Tighten the fittings up using the uni wrench. I'm doing it by hand. I have not had any of these back out, but you know, cranking down on them with the uni wrench, I just don't see the need for it really. And then we're going to attach our PTFE tube. Once again, it just pushes straight in and push it straight in. Fully seat them. Now we've got our PTFE tube put in. Hardest part is over. The buffer and spool setup in the picture is what we'll be trying to achieve. Arrange the spool holders and the buffer as seen in the picture. Hook up the printer holder part on the buffer to the extrusion on the printer. PTFE tube should go from the spool holders to the buffer, then from the buffer to the back of the MMU. Okay, so this is where things get interesting because it's more of a space issue. I'm going to see about pulling this to the side as much as possible, while still keeping it on the bench well, not in level. Our box, once again, is designed to go into the extrusion on here. And if we do it this way, right, I'm right up against the side of the extrusion. So you can see that it won't go on this side without fouling against the motor. So it can only go on the one side. Right now, that's the downside that I am seeing. I believe the old buffer system was able to go on either side. See if I'm getting things in the right. Move this forward some more. There we go. It goes on the extrusion that's on the front half. So I put it right on the edge, pushed it all the way back. There's our pieces. Here's our tubes that will come back to our spool holders. And we've got another set of tubes that are on our MMU. So what we're going to do is note the spool holder position. It is important that filament has a straight path as possible. And then nothing interferes. PTFE tubes should not be bent too much, otherwise the filament will jam. There are multiple versions of the spool holder available with the MMU3. Revert to the one, here's blah, blah, blah. We do have this one that can be laid out in a crescent shape. This would be the older style that came with the MMU2. So we just need to make sure that we get these in the right spot. Spool holder to buffer. Spool holder to buffer PTFE. Okay. Connect the PTFE tubes from the MMU unit to the bottom row of collets. So on the back of here, we've got the upper collets that we put all of our tubes in. These are the ones that are going to the spools. The lower collets are the ones that are coming up here, and they need to be put in order. So we need to be looking at the numbers back here, which are printed in black, and I've got crappy lighting, so 1 is closest to the printer, 5 is on the outside. It does show that on the picture there. Make it bigger. So 1 is closer to the printer, 5 is furthest away from the printer. And let me see if I can move this any more. I'm just going to try and get this moved over so it's on the mat a little bit better. And we are 1 to 5. So we're going to take our PTFE tubes. The first one over here is going to be 5. So that's going to come into the 5. And we're going to interleave these between the other tubes. So that's 5. Next one's going to come in and go to 4. Make sure you get these pushed all the way in. Next one in line is 3. Two, then 1. Now, as you can see, potentially, I will help you out here. We'll have to go like this. As you can see, this takes up quite a bit of room back here because once again, you're going to try and keep these straight and have your spools back here in a crescent shape. This is taking up quite a bit of room. And it needs to, because with your print coming back this far, you still need to have the height so that if you have a print back here, it's not catching on your tubes. So just be aware that you do have quite a bit of space that you need behind your printer. You can take this and put it up on a shelf above it so that your filaments are coming down and then like on a shelf above it. Other things beside it. There are other options. The the MMU comes with a buffer system, but a lot of other people have come up with other buffer systems that might work better in your environment. So, like what I used to do is actually let me switch to this scene. So when I had my Mark III with the MMU, which was purple haze, it sat right here. The buffer was on this side of the printer, and it came right down between the gap between my benches to my rep box down here. So my buffer was on this side of the printer, on the left side of the printer, which we cannot do with the buffer that they provided without doing a different printed mount to move it further out to clear the x-axis motor, which is doable. I mean, it's a printed mount. You can easily make it longer, and then get you the clearance that you need to have it on this side of the printer. In which case, then you can bring it out of your rep box into the buffer and things like that. You just need to understand how everything lays out, and you want to keep the minimal amount of bend so that your filament has the best chance of going through the path with no issues. Okay, that's the biggest thing that we're looking for here is a clean and gentle filament path for the filament, because that will give you a better, more consistent experience with your MMU setup. So, hey Creatix Brit, how's it going? We're not up and running yet. We just got everything set up. So we've got the firmware updated on the Mark IV. We've got the MMU itself set up. The sensors are the filament sensors have been calibrated. Whoops. And we just got our thing set up over here. The next thing up would be to put some filament in and try and get some filament loaded. Honestly, it's 9:40. I'm probably not going to get a print started tonight regardless, because yeah, sleep. When I have to get something sliced, there are a couple of files on here that should be pre-sliced or that we can download. Please prepare at least 5 different PLA filaments and cut off the ends to form a round, sharp tip, such as seen in the picture below. Just trying to think, because the filament that I have in that rep box is probably somewhat brittle, and I might have to do some drying of it. Good thing I have a bunch of dryers. And I think what we'll do is we'll come back on Thursday, and by that point I'll have some filaments dry. We can go ahead and get some filaments loaded up into our MMU and ready to go. And we can do a test print on Thursday on this printer. I think that is probably going to be the best option that we're going to have. I feel like I have lots of extra screws. Do you have a lot of extra screws, Britt? Could just be that there's a lot of extra screws just in case you're doing this on a Mark III versus a Mark IV. But I feel like I have a bunch of extra screws. let's just see. Lay down the 5 filaments. First, make sure they're with one another. Just each spool holder so that fit in the correctly. Verify nothing interferes. Set for filament 1 out buffer. Putting the filament through the buffer. Insert the tip of the filament. Bottom PTFE tube attached to the spool holder. Push the filament into the PTFE tube until it appears in a corresponding buffer cassette. Take the tip, insert it through the cassette into the other PTFE tube, which goes to the unit. So basically, you're going to make this big shape around your cassettes. And you want to have access to your cassettes. On the printer, go to the menu, preload to MMU. Select filament slot 1. The MMU unit will engage the idler into the first position and start rotating until the loaded in. Keep pushing the corresponding filament end into the PTFE tube from the buffer until you feel the filament being pulled. Remember, the filament tip must be straight and sharp in order to load it properly. Repeat for all 5 filaments. Pro tip, loading using the buttons. Also load the filament into the MMU using the button unit. Next, load up the filament, use the middle button starts or aborts the filament loading. The side button move the left or right position. Okay. We're over at 5 now. So position 1. Pretty cool. So yeah, I think what we're going to do right now is hold off. I don't know if there are any pre-made files on here for the MMU. So we'll have to get something ready to go, especially not with the MMU, not sliced for the MMU3. So I will try and get something sliced and ready for Thursday. We will get the whatever filament I'm going to use, whether I use the filament that's been sitting down there and I dry it out, or I've got filament. God knows I've got filament. So I can get that ready to go. In fact, maybe what I'll do is set up some of my maker coins for the Mark IV versus the bamboo. And that way I can print some of my maker coins out here on the Mark IV because I only need 4 colors. I can set up to do that. We can get some maker coins. How does that sound? Sound good to everybody? Because it's 10 o'clock or getting close to 10 o'clock, and I want to be up as this prints the first time. I don't want to get a print started and then go to bed and then have it error out and heaters just going all night long. I did that on the MMU 2 SI. So I'd much rather do it while I'm up. Yeah, who knows? Maybe I'll test it tomorrow while I'm while I'm sitting right there working. I'll give this a test and check it out. Uh, Meanwhile, I'm going to home this real. I could screw in this other screw that put in. So yeah, I will get that set up and ready to go. I also want to make sure that now that I did the firmware update, this still shows up in Prusa Connect. Because I have had it where you do a firmware update and it loses its connection. You have to re-add it to Connect for reason. But so with that, hey Britt, when are you going to start streaming in? When's your new computer coming in? Hey Evil Diesel, how's it going? Are you back home finally? You are home. Awesome. Awesome. Uh, Now that you're home, I'm checking the calendar. Um, do you want to swing by tomorrow? Maybe around 10 o'clock? Yeah, 24 days. Thanks, Liz. Thanks. All right, cool. Yeah, because I've got a meeting at 9. But after that, if you can come over, I think we just need to chat and plan, especially since Pez Liz is throwing 24 days out there. I know. She's like, ugh. Because I've got 2 printers over here that are supposed to be going to the show that I need to finish building. So Thursday, we're going to print something with this. I'm going to try and get something going on this tomorrow so I can keep an eye on it, see if we have any major issues, see if I kerfuffled something before we do the next stream, which is Thursday, where we'll test print something with this. And then throw something else extra in there so that we can get back on the VZ bot and keep going with wiring. All right, Tugboat, enjoy. Britt, if you're still hanging out there, when's your computer coming in and when are you going to start streaming again? Because I know you've been doing MMU prints yourself. Wait a minute, the Velta is printing now. Like the Doron Velta is completed and is putting down plastic, or you are printing parts for the Doron Velta? Okay. You about gave me a heart attack. I'm like, he went away for the weekend and boom, has like an entire printer built. Like, I should say the week, but yeah. Yeah, good clarification. Okay. Might have to do one of those as well. You figure out all the things that are jacked up with it, and then I'll come back and build it. But yeah, the Prusa, the MMU is he's being home. Yeah. So the Prusa with the MMU is built. We built the MMU yesterday. We built the buffer system and the cartridges today. We got everything physically installed. We've updated the firmware on the printer. We flashed the latest firmware to the MMU. So everything's up and running. We've calibrated the filament sensor, our new filament sensor, and the extruder and the filament sensor up here. So we should be good to go to start loading up and trying some things, which was the next thing that we were going to do, would be loading up, making sure that the right blinking lights blink and all that good stuff. Loading, 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 running a test print, boom. So I do know that there's the 2-color sheet. There's a lot of prints that are out there, the 5-color wheel, things like that. So we need to, I'll read through this, figure out what we need. Maybe stream tomorrow night and do some type of test print with this. If Mrs. Dragon doesn't kill me if I do that, because like I said, we've got to start working on. Liz has got me freaking out now with the 24-day thing, and I've got 2 printers over here that aren't pushing plastic yet that are going to the show. So, yeah, thanks, Liz. No stress. Appreciate it. That's okay. Liz said 24 days, so in about 2 weeks, all of a sudden, Evil Diesel is going to get inspired again and want to rebuild the battle bot or the Death Racer. Yeah, you've got to do the battle bot with the kid. There you go. Focus on that. Don't take the Death Racer apart again. Don't take the Death Racer apart again. By the way, so I did that as a 2-color print. I don't know if it comes out as well. I might still print the insert and just add that, glue the insert in. But just to give you an idea, here's my hand. This is the mount for the spindle. It's an 80mm spindle, and it weighs probably on the order of about 20 pounds. The blue is Fadis ASA glass filled. So the blue. The black is their ABS carbon fiber. Got another roll of the black coming. This stuff prints beautifully, by the way. You got to be here to see this. This is off the bamboo. This filament is printing beautifully. Yeah, it's so nice. Engineering plate, by the way, for the win. So this thing is printing nice. I've got just like 2 or 3 more plates to do. I think just 2 more plates to do. And a couple of parts to redo. And I may have to actually order a spool of filament to get that done. No pressure, no diamond. That's true. That is true. All right, guys. Let's find a place to raid out tonight. By the way, the Prusa Mark IV is showing up in Prusa Connect. So that's good. That's good. Twitch. Raid. Who is up and live right now? Prophet DNA. We've raided into Prophet yesterday. Babe Ross is up and painting. Spool Bagel is playing a game. Declarations is, I think, playing a game as well. Jang's doing a Lego build. Okay, Adrian's gaming. Oh, looks like we got some marble races going on over at Big Jano's. Did Heresy's on? Flashing and repairing. Euro rack module. That is about. Where you guys think about going? You guys want to go over and do marble races or what? Actually, some of you are probably already over there doing marble races. I might as well just go over and join the rest of you. Let's jump over there. I'm going to get the rig going over to Big Jano. Everybody, come with us as we head over to Jano's. He's going to be doing marble racing. Like I said, we may throw another stream up this week. If not, definitely Thursday will be up and running. We'll try and get a print going on this. We need to work on some wiring on the BZ bot at some point. So we may be screwing up some schedules to get some stuff done. But thanks everybody for being here. We will see you guys Thursday, if not beforehand. And let's get in there for a marble race. Remember, exclamation point play to get your marble in. See you soon.